Test, 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 test. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I am the new track announcer, Anthony the Big A Stabile, welcoming you to the 2024 racing season here in Farmington, New York. Nice spring day here in Farmington. Cloudy skies as the sun tries to fight its way through. Temperature right around 60 degrees. A fast track to kick off the 2024 season. Here are today's scratches and changes. In the first race, early pick 4 wagering offered in the first. No changes in the lid lifter this afternoon. Race number 2. A rider change on the number 6. Astonishing Annabelle to Kevin Navarro. Kevin Navarro rides to 6, Astonishing Annabelle, and please note, waive the apprentice allowance. Corrected weight now reads 122 pounds. 122 pounds. And Kevin Navarro on the 6, Astonishing Annabelle, in race number 2. Race 3 starts the pick 6. No changes in the third. Race number 4 kicks off today's pick 5. A scratch out of the 4th. Take out the 7, Arcello. Race 4, scratch the 7, Arcello. Race number 5 kicks off today's late pick 4. Scratch the 2, We Don't Believe Her. Race 5, scratch the 2, We Don't Believe Her. Race number 6. A rider change on the 9, Lindsay to Anthony Rodriguez. Anthony Rodriguez rides the 9, Lindsay, in race number 6. These changes in race 7, today's feature. A rider change on the 2, Golden Arm, to Jackie Davis. Jackie Davis rides the 2, and please note the number 2, Golden Arm, will race without front shoes. No front shoes for the 2, Golden Arm. And a rider change to Jackie Davis in race 7, and scratch the 3, Tuck a Buck Away. Race 7, scratch the 3, Tuck a Buck Away. And there are no changes in the opening day finale, race number 8. Again, a fast main track as we get ready to kick off season number 62 here at Finger Lakes. Post time for the opener is at around 1:15. Coming up next, my main man, Dave Mattice, and yours truly. We will bring you Takes from the Lakes, the preview show for today's opening day card.
Okay, you're good. No, you killed him.
Comfortable with that? That was good. And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice, back for another season. Of course, my special guest and will be my co-host throughout the season. Our new track announcer, only the 3rd announcer in Finger Lakes history, the Big A, the great Anthony Stabile joins me.
How are you, bud?
Pretty good.
Ready to kick off the 2024 season up here in Farmington. Had a nice little meet and greet last night. Everybody was wonderful. Dave popped by.
And I never go out of the house.
You don't. I'm a little
No.
hungover. I had 7 diet sodas last night, so bear with me.
Well,
on
that's a lot of sugar.
A diet? No, it was
No.
diet. We
Well, what do they put in that? Why is it not? Why
It's
is it not?
Splenda, actually. Thankfully, that's all I use. I mean, it's hard to keep a physique like this, but we use Splenda to get Splenda, and a lot of pizza gets you a physique like this. So
I don't know what to say on that one. No, but it was a great time. We had a meet and greet. A bunch of people came by. That's the first time I've met Anthony, by the way. I met him last night.
everybody found it very strange that I have never been here. I have lived
Ever?
in the same house my entire life. I've never been here, and my family's been in the business a long time. I've been doing this professionally, whether at the New York Post, calling races, TV, radio, you name it. 25 years. I have never found my way to Finger Lakes, which is pretty remarkable. And the first day I walked in here was this morning, as we popped on Spectrum. We had some fun with the folks from Spectrum
Yes,
this
we did.
morning. And it should be a fun opening day. I like the card. It's a fun opening day
Right.
card. Obviously, everything at 4.5. And
Yeah. Yeah, by the way, I never get up that early, by the way. I know a lot of our horsemen and women do hard work in the morning, but
I'm allergic.
I'm not a morning person.
I'm allergic to 6 a.m. I'm allergic to 6 a.m.
Well, we had a lot of fun. And we're planning to have a lot of fun this year with the show, having Anthony call the races. And he's got quite the following. Obviously, he's got a lot of experience. He did the pre-race show in New York, and he was also did some calling in New York, as
Yeah.
he was saying. Plus, you've been working at Yonkers lately, right?
Yeah,
Did you
been
mention
call-
that? Or?
No, been calling races at Yonkers for about 15, 16 months. Backed up the legendary John Embrial a couple of winters over at the Big A.
Oh, yeah, he's good.
Called some races at Belmont, the Meadowlands, Freehold. So, yeah, it's been quite a journey. And now I've always been a guest in everyone's announcer's booth, and now
You're the announcer.
I have my own announcer's booth. So
You're
I'm
the
looking
man.
forward to kicking off season number 62 here at I heard it's called the Thumb.
The thumb, because it's the Finger Lakes, and we're like the thumb. As far as the hand, that's what I've been told
Yep.
anyway.
All right. Well, let's
I got
get
a
one.
I got a broken thumb.
But yeah,
so I can't really do it.
I have old baseball injury. Let's get one for the thumb and have a fantastic meet here in Farmington.
Let's do it. We don't mention. I don't know if you had mentioned it or going to mention it. May 5th. Of course, the Derby's coming up this week. Obviously, you want to watch the Derby and the whole Churchill card right here at Finger Lakes.
10 o'clock, the gates open for Derby Day on Saturday.
Yes. We are going to do some things to support the Finger Lakes adoption program, one of the first of its kind. Obviously, they do good work for finding horses new homes. They do have a chicken barbecue. Well, that sounds good. I might
Drive
have to
up
go
chicken
down there.
barbecue.
It's only $13.
See, the drive, I will bury them on the $13. And the drive up, the fact that I don't have to get out of my car and they're going to give me a half a chicken, coleslaw, mac, salad, roll.
I can't even eat all that.
What's a salt potato? Is that a?
That's the potato. They just call it that. I don't know if they have salt. You're asking the wrong
It just
person.
says salt potato. I don't
You're
know.
asking-
These
you're
are
asking.
things. Listen, if you're going to tell a
It's
fat
just a
kid there's
potato.
something new, yeah, all right.
It's
well,
a potato.
never seen it described that way. Yeah, $13, and it's a drive up.
That-
So
Oh, that's a deal and a half.
Yeah.
I mean, most of those are like $20.
yeah,
They're also doing a virtual Derby race as I think they got 8 or 9. I
That's
remember
great.
I did the odds for it. You donate money and bet on your favorite horse that's in the adoption
Retiree, yeah.
program, and then the money at the end, you can watch the horses as they race based on how much money is donated. Great
fantastic,
cause.
yeah.
Obviously, great causes. As we like to find these horses, and we do find horses, some forever homes after they're done racing.
Sensational. When you're driving, it's the first thing you see. And I like to try. Listen, we're fortunate enough. They pay me to go to racetracks and casinos, so I like to try to give back as much as I can downstate. Big proponent of the Belmont Child Care Association. Done some work with old friends, both Cabin Creek and Saratoga, and the original down in Kentucky and TRF, and you need the chaplaincy down at Naira. I'm sure we'll do some work for the chaplaincy up here as well.
Yes, we have a chapel.
Got to give back. Got to give back.
Well, let's look at today's card, Anthony.
Yes, it's okay.
No, I got to get used to. I mean, I think I did it all alone pretty much all last year. Anyway, first race. We'll start off with a maiden race, 3 and up, and of course you got to get used to this. 4.5 furlongs every race. Usually by the second week we'll get a little bit longer. Then we get a couple of route races.
So, and I think, we're probably not going to have as much to say the next 2 to 4 race cards
Right.
as we will as the season as the season wanes on. And I think for me, the biggest thing was, like you mentioned, having done talking horses for all those years and other kinds of previewing races, the big thing here for me is a lot of the horses up here get the winter off. So you're dealing with the component of a layoff for some of the runners. And then the big handicap question, I think here, especially the first few weeks, is do you want to deal with the horses that have some recency, or do you want to deal with the horses that are coming back fresh?
That is true.
The older horses, the claimant horses that have experienced the break and coming back, I think you could assess them a little differently, but we kick off with a maiden special weight race, and obviously it's a little bit different.
Great one to start it off with, right? Yeah, because you got some first-time starters, obviously horses off the break. You also want to look for speed at 4.5. We'll see how this track carries speed. You don't really look for track bias when it's 4.5 furlongs, right? Speed kills, and so does fitness. I went kind of with both. Profitability should be forwardly placed, and does have some speed on the outside. I'm looking at it, and I know you looked at it too. A couple of races were poor. They added blinkers and Lasix. Then they took both off. I thought maybe it was partly because of the off track too. I don't know which it is, but it seems like the horse improved after making the changes, taking the blinkers back off.
Yeah, you know what's funny? The speed figures, if you're using a DRF, and speaking of speed figures and PPs, free DRF PPs today, free Equibase PPs throughout the meet. Go to fingerlakesgaming.com to download those to take part. And one of the best things about handicapping for me is to have your own opinion. You can listen to us, but then you're going to get mad at us more.
You make the final opinion about who you're betting.
Please get mad at yourself. The Lasix comes off and the blinkers came off, and he ran well. Yeah. He also has some experience up here. He started his career last fall up here in Finger Lakes. So with those things said, again, not just the horses, but Jonathan Buckley hasn't run a horse yet this year with just opening day today.
Right.
And I'm going to tend to lean towards the recency. In this instance, I'm actually leaning towards a first-time starter at the rail with Happy instead. But yeah, I mean, profitability on paper, if the firsters can't run, he is absolutely the horse.
He's going to be tough.
Yeah.
And I see what you're looking at too. The firster for. I mean, I got Anthony Ferraro in my picks all day.
Yeah.
He's got a couple first-time stars. They're fit coming up from Tampa because they're working down in Tampa or they're racing down in Tampa. And, of course, I see it year after year with Anthony Ferraro going down there, coming back. This one's pretty well bred out of a stakes place mare. Shows a good work down at Tampa and got to work over the track here. So, yeah, obviously would be no surprise.
Half a dozen works on the work tab starting 6 weeks ago. 4 of the 5 fulls to race have all won. Shamrock Kids won 7 times. So, like you said, she was third in a Stallion Series race. So, yeah, he makes a lot of sense. Gelded for his debut. I always think there's intent there. Gelded back in September, so maybe he was getting ready to run as a 2-year-old, and then something went amiss. So, yeah, I went with the one Happy instead over the 7 and 6.
Okay, underneath there, I got Mischief Exposed only because the horse has got a little bit of speed, and speed is what you need at 4.5, and may even find himself on the front end at least for a little while. And then Tyrannosaurus Rex, I threw in for 4th, does have a couple. I wasn't going to use the horse because of the distance, but then you look and a couple starts of the distance weren't that bad. But, of course, coming off the break, a long break, obviously fitness is a big question there.
Yeah, we'll see how he comes back off the layoff. Like I said, I lean towards horses that even profitability has only been on 2 months.
Right, and that's not very relative to everybody else.
Relatively speaking.
That's not very long. All right, let's move along. What do you say, second race?
Yes, sir.
All right, 5,000 claimer. Don't even have to say 4.5. We're going to say it every race. Fillies and mares. Now, we do these split conditions. I don't know if you're familiar with them.
I love it.
Okay, now where's the 2 cents a date? Whatever fills races, right? Or never won 4 races. And a lot of times you kind of look for those. Later in the year, you'll notice one has an advantage over the other.
Sure.
Not so much this time of year, obviously. You got 2 horses in here for O'Callahan. Obviously, at least one of them plays.
First time here for Carl. He brought 16 head up, most notably trained Kinsale King.
Okay, he had Tralad here he
Yep.
shipped in. Yeah.
So, but yeah, he has. I think he brought 16 up with him this year. So that was
Nice.
good. Yeah.
Good. That's hopefully he does well. He's got 2 in here. The inside horse looks tough. I mean, out of the dam that was a stakes winner. Now the pace is going to be interesting here because obviously 4.5. Trivia's got some speed, coming off a layoff since November. Mrs. Bell might have enough class, speed, I guess is what you call it, from the rail that she could hold the rail or at least be up there with Trivia early. You don't expect anybody to be really strong on the front end here. I mean, Astonishing Annabelle on the outside is got a little bit of gas early, but it does seem like Trivia might be the quickest on her game. But I think Mrs. Bell has got a little more class than these, that she might be able to hold the rail and at least be up there on the front line. And her recent races at Parks might put her in the winner's circle.
Yeah, the 2 Trivia and the 3 Ramona, the date horses, the 1, 4, 5, and 6, including our top pick, we're both on Mrs. Bell here.
As a 4. Yeah.
They're now winners of 4 races lifetime. Yeah, and again, here we go. So I want the recency. I want Mrs. Bell coming in with probably a little bit more class, like you said, having raced down at Penn National, and just having the recency for Bonnie Lucas, who's shipping a boatload of horses up for opening weekend here, opening week. And then Jackie Be Good got the money off the trainer change last time out for Carl, and Carl brings her as part of the contingent up here. So I thought they made we put 3 picks on the board. For me, and Trivia is the 2-1 morning line favorite. To me, I think the race goes through the 1 and 4. If you're playing that early, pick 4. I think the race goes through the 1 and 4, and maybe off the layoff, I'm going to let Trivia at a short price beat me today. So I like the 1 and 4 considerably more than my 3rd pick, Trivia.
I don't think she will be a short price. I mean, she's the morning line favorite. She might be the speed. The fact that she's coming back for 5,000 is a little concerning because she's running.
Well, she's on the waiver too. Just keep that
she is on the waiver, right?
Yeah,
yes.
Keep that in mind when you're watching this too. The rule now in New York is 120 days. It's not 180. So these horses, and I think that's fair. They get to run off the waiver after being laid up all.
It keeps them eligible for the starters.
Yeah, exactly.
Too. Nice. Good point. Allowance race is the 3rd. We start the $1 pick 6. Obviously, no carryover.
Best way to make it. The best pick 6 is a $1 pick 6. Is nothing can change my mind to that.
Really?
Nothing can change my mind.
Well, for us, for the smaller tracks, I think there's no question that the $1 is probably better. We tried the jackpot before.
Yeah.
And
the dollar pick
this
6
has
is the
been better.
fairest bet. It keeps the pool. It keeps the players happy, and it doesn't allow for the 20-cent, and we're holding money for people for weeks and months at a time. I think this is much more fair.
Okay. Well, this race, I think we both agree on this one. You got speed on the outside, a recent race on the turf for Saratoga Banker. Comes back to the dirt here for an allowance race. Was running against open 20,000s, the 4 and ups. I think it's just too good for this field at 4.5 furlongs. You do have some cheaper speed with Stone Guitar on the inside, but I think you could get out there and win this race at the short distance.
Just consistently faster than these horses on paper, and they run them on a racetrack, obviously. And again, though, I think Saratoga Banker. We're making 3 picks, 4 picks in your case.
Well,
to me, it's Saratoga.
To
me, it's Saratoga Banker and Persistent Danger, and then you can have the lesson later on. I think Persistent Danger comes out of a good race, chasing little Luca down at the Big A. I just think Persistent Danger comes out of good races, but Saratoga Banker is just consistently faster than these horses, and I'm curious to see. I picked the rail in the first 2 races. I want to see how this track plays.
Yeah.
So I went outside here in race number 3.
Yeah, I've used Flowing River. Flowing River has some races in the past that could possibly win. Of course, coming off a little layoff. Did have the 1 race in New York, but of course that was in January. So I went 6-4-2, and you're pretty similar on top anyway, 6-2-3.
Yeah. I left Barrel out. I don't want Paul to get mad at me. Paul's a buddy.
All right, 4th race, a maiden race. This for restricted 3-year-olds. We scratched the 7. Didn't know what to do with that horse anyway, so that helps. All right, good. We're going to differ on this one. I went all the way to the outside. I went with a first-time starter in this race. I just got the Stars and Stones. I didn't love anybody in here in this maiden race. It's restricted 3s. I thought the horse on the outside might show some speed. Even though the works aren't the fastest, this horse is a full to another horse that runs here. I think runs here this week, actually. Bustin' Roxy was very quick out of the box. So I'm hoping that this horse shoots out there and can get the front end first time out.
I'll tell you what, this horse was working fast over the Belmont training track. Now, I don't know who had this horse down in Elmont. I don't know whose barn this horse was in. This horse was working fast over a training track that notoriously can be a little deep and a little cuppy at Belmont. There wasn't a lot of pedigree there for me, but they run the
Bustin' Roxy's no world beater. I'm just looking at the speed.
I don't blame you. And, you get the leading rider from last year, Kai Balcoa. Of course, Kai won the title on the very last day of our meet here at Finger Lakes last year. So, you get solid human connections. This horse has a nice work tab. Brought the work tab up here. When a racetrack first opens, he has 4 works over this course in less than a month. And that, I think, just shows his level of fitness. With that said, I kind of gravitated away from the firsters in here. The two horses I like in here, I like the Delaware Boys. For a maiden special weight race, going 4.5 on opening day, I like this horse a lot. This horse did not want any part of the mile last time for Dave Dugan down at Belmont. I mean, no part of it. The sprint race 2 back with a little moisture in the track was fantastic. But this horse really kind of turned it around when they added Lasix. His 2 races with Lasix are considerably better than anything he has done either at the mile or the 2 sprints before the Lasix. So I think the Lasix helps. I think shipping up here is certainly going to help. So I went to the Delaware Boys just based on the level of fitness coming off that mile race and now cutting back to the 4.5. I think that's going to help him tremendously.
I can see it. Yeah, the mile, you're right. Doesn't look like the horse wanted anything to do with the mile. Obviously, the horse is fit. You know, it's a recent race in March. Stewie's got, you know, Chris Engelhardt, I know you're familiar with
Sure.
Chris Engelhardt, dominated here for a while. Paul Barrow's, actually we got a presentation today for both Paul Barrow and for Keeper Koa after the 4th race, because they were new faces that were top trainer and new jockey. So we got new announcer, new top trainer, new top jockey. Stewie, though, I mean, the problem with Stewie, if you remember him as a 2-year-old, horse ran great. He just had trouble getting out of the gate as a 2-year-old, and it really cost him. I think he might have won both of those races as a 2-year-old. Cost him big time as a 2-year-old. Maybe he's figured something out, solved that issue, comes back to Finger Lakes, and the horse has got to be a player.
Encouraging to see it in PA anyway at Penn National and Parks that he broke far more alertly than he did in the races here last
And
year.
they did. They really cost him in the races here, very much so.
We'll see how he does moving forward. And you know, you peruse this field quickly. It's almost exclusively New York breds. The only open company horse of the 2, More Valor, who got beat a pole in his debut back in November. So, you know, it's almost like it's a New York bred race. It's almost like he's getting the class relief too from this open company
From the open, right?
to the state breds with that one horse who's probably going to be, when all said and done, the longest shot on the board. It's almost like it's a New York bred race. So yeah, I mean, he's a player. I thought Boom Boom Thunder was a little interesting. I am going to use the Bonnie Lucas, the Wayne Potts horses that are shipping up here. This horse, you know, I thought this gelding ran okay first time on a sloppy sealed track at Aqueduct. Now they bring Maddie Olver up. They've had a lot of success, Bonnie Lucas and Wayne Potts horses with Maddie. Maddie won a couple of stakes races down in New York this winter, so she's really blossoming as a rider after losing her bug over the winter. And, you know, the fact that they're bringing their rider with them, I think, shows some intent. So, because I can tell you, sir, it's 5.5 hours from New York City.
It's not an easy drive.
Yeah, so I'm gonna,
not an easy drive.
I'm gonna, and at 5:20 on the morning line, you know, I almost think the Delaware Boys are going to take money. Stewie's going to take money. The 6 Bet the Palace, the other Engelhardt Jeffries horse, who had a couple of good races within 16 days of each other last year here against Open. The first will take some money. I think a horse like Boom Boom Thunder, with a little bit of a apparently a dirty race on paper. I don't think the race was that bad. Couldn't get lost in the shuffle here.
Yeah, I think the horse will be a price. You're right, because the other ones, Stewie's going to get play. See if the firster gets play or not. It's probably a bad sign if he doesn't. And yeah, Delaware Boy's definitely going to get some action.
Pick 5 starts there in race 4 too. Don't forget that.
Pick 5. One of my favorite wagers
Me
here
too.
at Finger
My
Lakes.
favorite wager.
And remember, that's a 50-cent minimum. Because I'm more of a small time player, so
I hear you.
50 cents is my.
I got you. No, I'm a base wager guy.
Okay.
I'm a accomplished gamblers hate me because I'm a caveman base wager ticket guy.
Well, you just thought win, play,
I'm still 12 I mean, not many 12-year-olds should be betting pick 4s, but I was.
Yeah.
I'm still a 12-year-old when it comes to that. Like I don't, you know, and if I like, I'll press. Like I'm big like Derby Day. Again, we open 10 o'clock Derby Day here for the whole Churchill Downs card. Derby Day's a little different. I'll press. I'll make a big caveman ticket, and then I'll press some horses. You know, I would do the same here if I really like. I really like a horse in the 7th race, which we'll get to.
Okay, we'll get there.
Yeah,
We'll get there. Scratch the 2. We don't believe her. You got that one scratched?
I do.
Okay.
I didn't put the scratches in my form. I put them on my program.
This-
Call the races with the program, do the show with the form. It's 2 different things.
This is a difficult race because you have only one horse that's run this year. That's the 3. I put her in the top 3 just because of the
Yep, me too.
the recent race. I thought Sweet Shallots, again, a horse that is in for the waiver.
Mm-hmm.
She stays at 5,000, and she's been better than these horses in the past. And that's just kind of how I look at it. She's got enough tactical speed that she's going to be out there going 4.5 with the front line. And on her game, I mean, she's a little bit on the inconsistent side sometimes, but shows a good work. Deborah Breed, as you know, is usually very good in the spring. She gets her horses ready. She gets them working well. And I think Sweet Shallots, if she's on her game, should be awfully tough in here. So
One of her best races, too, Dave, on the card is the race from November to May last year. And so she's October to April this year. It's the same layoff.
Right.
And she's been, I mean, and just, you know, I love these old hard knocking racehorses. 14 for 64 with 10 seconds in her career, 9/3 in the try, more than half of her career, earned 200,000 plus the hard way. Yeah, and like you said, Deborah, really, those horses are usually prepared off the bench. She knows how to get one ready. Yeah, you know, I just thought I didn't want to gravitate towards all the chalk in here, but I thought that it was going to be a little difficult to get past Sweet Shallots. And
well, Thin Legs is the morning line. I didn't
Legs.
really like her. She's the morning line favorite. So
I thought it was interesting that the 4, 5, and 7, Christmas Dinner, Thin Legs, and Sweet Shallots are in for the waiver, and other horses eligible for the waivers actually are in for the tag.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's good intent there. So I went to the 2 of the waiver horses, the 5 and 7, but I'm definitely going to use Run Laurel Run, like you said. I want the horse with some recency, and she has a handful of races, 5 races, and a win already on her card this year. So I'm not going to let her beat me. And she's a horse that can actually, you know, really help the exotics out if she's anywhere near the 8 to 1 on the morning line.
Yeah, the last couple of races, not think of it. The last race, of course, Sloppy Sealed Racetrack. Coming here, if she runs some of her better races.
She could be tough. First time here at the Lakes.
Yeah. Okay, 6th race, a maiden race, fillies and mares. We got Anthony Rodriguez. He's a new face here. He's on the 9, Lindsay. Yeah, I had the toughest time with this one. I mean, yeah, Call Me Penny's the horse off of the last race. She did well, ran 4th against 12 horse field. I got her 2nd. I took a shot here. This is a race that I took a shot at a little bit of a price for Carl Grusmark. Horse shows a bull at work, 35. Race recently, finishing 3rd at Penn National. The time wasn't that great for there. I mean, as far as for the day, the number wasn't that great, but the form is pretty good. I mean, the horse has had a few 3rds over the last few starts, and now comes the Finger Lakes in a race that I thought was relatively wide open, especially if the 10 gets hung out there.
Sure.
You know what I mean? If the favorite gets hung out there, she's had a lot of starts. There's a couple of them that have. I mean, Jayla, I liked her a little bit. The question was the distance, though. So I didn't end up using her because she's had 15 starts in the distance. There's some tricky reads. I mean, Cozy Magic has never run on the dirt. She's questionable on the dirt, but first time with trainer, your guy Paul Barrow has been pretty good. Mm-hmm. And I've seen this move before. And then got H. James Bond on the inside. A couple starts on the dirt. Not that great. Last race was in the slop, but I think she plays off of her New York form.
Her better races, Galtrana, who Dave's talking about, the number 1. She probably is a little bit better on turf. I don't know how much racehorse she is, but she's probably a little bit better on turf.
I agree.
Yeah. I went to the favorite to Call Me Penny, who I think is going to be the favorite to post on the number 10. Just coming in off the Hawthorne race, she had some races down at Gulfstream, and she raced pretty well on the grass at Gulfstream. So I think coming in here, just her 2nd start at Finger Lakes, she showed speed in her lone try here. There doesn't appear to be a lot of gas on paper early in here. Maybe the 8 Scherzer, who's the equine version, just a little bit faster than the human version right now. Although I have no more use for him. He doesn't wear my orange and blue for my New York Mets anymore.
So I lost that one.
Call Me Penny.
Missed me on that one.
Yeah, he's one of the best pitchers in the last 10, 15 years in Major League Baseball. But he's not on the Mets anymore, so I really don't have much use for him. Jayla's interesting because Jayla is a big price at 12 to 1 for Ralphie D. And my man Gumster stable. And cutting back from the mile, this horse, the one sprint on this card, it's at Charlestown, which is far more of a comparable horse population than any of the other tracks on the card, Aqueduct, Churchill, Turfway Park, Saratoga, Fairgrounds. The one time went to a little bit of a smaller track, was competitive. 6.5 isn't really a sprint because it's 2 turns down there.
Right.
But if you look at the early part of the lines, this horse is close going to 6.5. So I think at a price, Jayla is the horse you want to try and get into your exotics in race 6.
I agree. She does look good for the price. You got some announcing to do after
I do,
this,
yeah.
so
I was told, so I've been told.
yes. 7th race. I guess you would call this our feature.
Yeah, this is the feature today. It's a good race. This is a fun race. I also have a very strong opinion in here.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
I really didn't, so maybe I'll let you do a little more. I mean, I do like Gray Wing. I watched the last race. It was not a great trip, and I'm sure you did too.
Yeah.
Takes the blinkers off. Is that what you're seeing too?
So yeah, this was also the best play of the day on the site.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I love.
I
Gray
better
Wing
go
today.
hammer it then.
I love Gray Wing today. You know, the blinkers come off more often than not when Connections add blinkers. It's to get a little bit more speed out of them. This horse's speed was dulled a little bit. Now look, they went 21-4, 2 back, 44-3. They were flying on March 23rd. Last time out, did not get out of the gate too well. But I think both were a bit of a function of those blinkers, because he's been on top of fast paces, comparable paces, and he was not near it.
Sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, he was here. He had a problem getting out of the gate a couple of those starts here at Finger Lakes. So.
And now the blinkers you would hope would help that.
Right.
And I think if it did anything, it dulled him a little bit.
Yeah, it didn't work.
Jeff Engelhart realizes that, takes the blinkers off. I mean, listen, they're two good efforts. Look, the Chateau race 2 back. Chateau's an old stakes horse. He's one of the fastest horses on earth right now, and still now. He ran against some fast horses 2 back, and then last time he got third in a pretty tough entry-level state-bred allowance race downstate against, kind of against the trip that he normally sits. I think the gate opens. I think he gets some of his speed back without the blinkers. Andre Warry's ridden him. He almost got the money with him at Penn National back in January in the slop. First start off of a September layoff of the Connection. So I think this horse is 0 for 4 on the year, but I think he finds the water a little bit more shallow today, and I think he gets the job done. Gray Wing, he'll probably be like 8 to 5. But listen. Give me an 8 to 5 shot every day.
If it's
I'll
a winner,
be happy as a clam.
I mean, if you're talking pick 5s and you're singling, you're making your best bet.
I'm singling him, yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that as long as you got long shots in there somewhere.
Yeah,
You know?
I'm singling him today. I think he's the goods today.
And it was good to see Andre Warry back too. He missed a lot of last season with an injury. He's worked his way into shape.
Yeah, didn't get to see him a lot downstate. He's only ridden 15 horses so far this year, so good to see Andre back. We'll see if we can get him in the winner's circle in race 7.
All right, let's look at the last. We got a restricted 3-year-old filly race for the last race, going our distance of 4.5, and another maiden race that, you got a couple horses that I'm not sure are going to win, and Dulce Veloce I think is going to get all the money. I think plays, got to be used first or second. That's another one I took a shot on horse just because of the connections. Number 1, number 2, I thought the horse ran okay in the mud first time out. Talking about Mamba Gigi, am I saying that right?
Yeah, Mamba Gigi.
You're going to notice throughout the year that I really do not do well with the names.
I have,
especially when I try to say them in proper English and they use
it's the first thing
letters
I do.
on
It's
me.
the first
and
thing I
stuff.
do. I go through the overnight.
Well, I know you announcers are really strict about that.
Yeah, I have my websites.
I think everybody knows me that I kind of screw up a lot.
I don't have to worry. I don't have to worry about too many Europeans up here. I don't think, unless they're going to run on the infield. I don't think we have to worry about too many Europeans here.
We'll have little sprints.
Yeah.
Chris Engelhart's been good with these type too. I mean, this is a full to Tribeca, a horse that was a stakes winner here. I think won the Leon Reed. I was up for horse of the year that year. Won a couple stakes. Yeah, hasn't shown anything, not a ton in the first 2 starts, but they come to Finger Lakes, and it just, you've seen the profile of these type in the past, that My Purple Haze stable, one of the top owners here, the trainer, the rider, I think the horse is going to improve, and I like the horse on top. Dulce Veloce, what can you say? The horse is going to play. Actually ran against the 3 and ups last time, along with Zen Lu. They ran together. Actually, Dulce Veloce was the favorite in the race, and Zen Lu showed a little more speed, 4.5. I don't know if that horse can flip the tables there, but I think both coming out of the same race, both probably got to be used.
Yeah, my aqueduct bias showing glaringly in the late double. I'm going to try and get Andre Warrior late double here. I went to Dulce Veloce first time for the tag, second time for the tag last time. Maya put the horse back in for the tag after taking the horse from Bill Mott at the beginning of the year. Decent effort first time, and then I don't know what happened 2 back. Caught a little bit of a tougher bunch. Was dead as disco on the tote board at 7-1 off a second place finish to a repeat winner in Sunday Girl. Didn't take a coin, didn't run. Then took all the money last time and even money and got run down by Rudy in Excel Arena. Rudy Rodriguez, that is. And now Rory climbs aboard, another one who I think can be forward in here and just makes a lot of sense. Jen Lu showed the way last time, got tired behind Dolce Veloce and Accelerino. Dolce Veloce picked Jen Lu up, and then Accelerino picked them both up. So, yeah, I went to the 4 and 6. I think you have to use Mamba Gigi as well. Again, you know, I'm singling Grey Wing, so I can go 3 deep in the
Yeah,
finale.
and I was thinking those were the 3. I mean, that was 4, 6, and 7 are probably the 3 in that race. Would you agree?
Yeah,
I mean, I threw the 1st or 4th because I didn't really like anybody else in the race.
I think the horse you're going to try and fade in the race is the one, turn up the music.
Yeah.
For John Buckley shipping in from Aqueduct off a couple of decent specialty tries. But the fact that they ran this horse a mile first time out would lend me to believe that the last thing this horse wants to do is 4.5. But
You would
it's
think.
First time Lasix. It's first time Lasix, and you know he does have some recency. She does have some recency, I should say. So you don't know. Again, this says open company. All 10 are state birds.
Yeah, you'll see that a lot.
You'll see that.
Well,
a
it's a
lot.
restricted 3 too. So. Well, good luck today.
Thank you, sir. Maiden voyage up there. I'm looking forward
Oh,
to it.
I'm sure you're enjoying it. I know you're excited about
I am.
calling our races here at Finger Lakes. Anthony Stabile here with me today. Did a great job,
Thank you.
by the
You as
way.
well.
So he's going to be doing the show with me for as long as he wants to.
Yes.
For the whole year, obviously.
Flag fall, that's all.
He's
as
very
Rick
sharp.
Rick Lang used to say, yes.
As what?
Rick Lang from the New York Post, one of my guys at the New York Post, used to say, flag fall to that's all, start to finish. That's it. You'll hear it in the booth. I gave you a little, a little booth.
I live
preview.
under a rock. I don't get those cliches. I don't understand a lot of those, and you'll notice that a lot too. But anyway, hope everybody enjoys today's car. We're running Monday and Tuesday this week. We're going to do the same thing next week, Monday and Tuesday, before we add the Wednesdays, that 3rd racing week of the season. Going 115.
And don't forget, free Echo-based PPs each and every day, fingerlakesgaming.com. Free DRF PPs today. I know throughout the season we'll have New York Derby Day is Monday, July 15th. Already trying to recruit for our signature event. And don't forget Kentucky Derby on Saturday. Gates open 10 o'clock. You can get the whole Churchill Downs card in, including Kentucky Derby 150.
All right. Enjoy today, and we'll see you again tomorrow for the show.
The field for race 1, the start of the 2024 meet here at Finger Lakes, is on the track. The 1's Happy Instead. The rider, Luis Perez. The 2 is Central Station. Heman Harkey rides. The 3 is Go Grad with Andre Worry. There's the 4, Mischief Exposed, Jackie Davis in the boot. The 5 is Socks for Daughters, Stephen Frett rides. The 6 is Tyrannosaurus Rex with Emmanuel De Diego. And the 7's Profitability with Kevin Navarro. The early pick 4 starts here. Please note the number 5, Socks for Daughters, 2 pounds over. Just about 5 minutes to post for the lid lifter here at Finger Lakes. All right, selections here for the opener. Let's talk about the number 1, Happy Instead, first-time starter for the Ferraro barn. Luis Perez going to ride. We'll see how the rail draw does for the debuting son of Lefrick. 4 of the 5 siblings that have raced have won, including 7-time winner Shamrock Kid. We'll try the 1, Happy Instead, from the rail in the 2024 opener. The 7, Profitability, ships up from the Big A from Aqueduct for John Buckley and Kevin Navarro. Cuts back in distance like most of them who have raced are going to be doing today, with everything at 4.5 furlongs. Profitability gets that trainer change from George Weaver, who had another solid winter down at Aqueduct. This horse has raced well in almost all of his starts without the blinkers and without Lasix. So we'll see if Profitability can get in the number here. Currently on the board, I don't have a price for Profitability currently. There he is, 3-2. He's your 3-2 favorite, the number 7, Profitability. And we'll wrap it up with the 6, Tyrannosaurus Rex. First off of a June layoff, so we're going to see a lot of layoffs, but not some as prolific as this. 10 months away from the races. The horse has finished second in 2 of 5 tries here at Finger Lakes. For Rachel Sells, one of our top riders, Emmanuel De Diego, going to be in the boot. 176 as we have 2 minutes to post. Don't forget the early pick 4 starts here. Best of luck here at Finger Lakes. Just about 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. The field for the openers behind the gate. It is now post time. Happy Instead, the first to load, followed by Central Station. Don't forget, folks, if you haven't got them already, free Equibase PPs each and every day here at Finger Lakes. Just go to fingerlakesgaming.com to download your free Equibase PPs for the 2024 season, which is just about to get underway. In goes Go Grad. Mischief Exposed is up next. There's one of the two firsters in the field, Socks for Daughters. Tyrannosaurus Rex. And the last to load is your current favorite at even money, Profitability. They're in the gate. And they're off in 2024's season opener at Finger Lakes. Out of the gates, a hustling Mischief Exposed and Jackie Davis. One of the firsters, Happy Instead, along the inside. Between horses, there's Central Station. They're mixing it up early. Profitability, the favorite, is back and forth. It's a gap of about 3 or 4 lengths now. Back to Tyrannosaurus Rex and Go Grad, and Socks for Daughters is at the back of the pack. 22-4 the opening quarter. Happy Instead has wrested the lead away from Mischief Exposed. Backpedaling Central Station. Tyrannosaurus Rex comes on. Off the turn and into the stretch. Happy Instead trying to win his debut. Mischief Exposed, dead aim on the outside. Mischief Exposed just put ahead in front. Happy Instead tries to battle back. Tyrannosaurus Rex needs some room up the rail. Profitability bound to center. Profitability takes the lead. Tyrannosaurus Rex from the back of the pack. Here's Go Grad, but Profitability wins the opener by a diminishing head. Then it was Go Grad and Tyrannosaurus Rex. Final time for the 4.5 furlongs in the lid lifter was 54-2. Photo finish. Hold all tickets. Number 7, Profitability was first. 3, Go Grad second. 6, Tyrannosaurus Rex third. 4, Mischief Exposed finished fourth. Returning to the Ross Morton Winter Circles, the number 7, Profitability. The 3-year-old gelding is by Mission Impossible out of the Street Sense mare Vicky T. The New York Reds owned by Windy Lee Farm LLC, trained by Jonathan Buckley. Winning rider, Kevin Navarro. And the first is official, $2 exacta 7-3, $142.50. 50-cent trifecta, 736, 146 even, and the 10-cent super, 7364, $79.95. Race 2's up next. It starts at pick 3. Here in race 2, a rider change on the number 6, Astonishing Annabelle, to Kevin Navarro. Kevin Navarro looks to sweep the double with the number 6, Astonishing Annabelle. And please note, apprentice allowance waived. Correct weight should read 122 pounds. Number 6, Astonishing Annabelle, Kevin Navarro. Corrected weight, 122 pounds. No changes in race 3. And in race 4, scratch the 7, Arcello. Post time for race 2 is in 20 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, a late scratch being announced for the first time. In race number 4, scratch the 1, find a name. In race 4, scratch the 1, find a name. That adds on to the already scratched number 7, Arcello. So now in race number 4, late scratch the 1, find a name, and scratch the 7, Arcello.
Okay, we're in the paddock for race number 2. Looking back at the first profitability, I got all that late money and was able to rally as a couple of speeds hooked up there late. Kevin Navarro timed it well for trainer John Buckley to get the opening day card started. As we go to the second race, it is a $5,000 claiming race. This is that split condition for fillies and mares, non-winners of 2 sets a date or never won 4 races. Looking at the field, we got 6 betting interests for race number 2. The slight favor here early was also my top choice, Mrs. Bell. See how the odds change here before we get to post. I figure Trivia is going to get a lot of play in here as well. You figure Trivia's got that tactical speed. Mrs. Bell did have a win in a 3 lifetime condition at Penn National not that long ago in February. Has had a few starts since, coming off a length beat second on a good racetrack at Parks to the last race. That obviously puts her right there against this field. Maybe a little bit more class in these, a little more fitness. Could give her enough speed to hold the rail against Trivia, who obviously has class as well. Dropped to 5 at the end of the year last year, caught a sloppy track, ran decently behind Ouch That Hurt, who was tough in that condition last year. An 8-time winner is Trivia, all here at Finger Lakes. She'd be no surprise, especially if she's able to make the lead early. The other one getting some play is you got the 4 Jackie Be Good, one of 2, trained by Carl O'Callahan. She's coming off a victory at Penn National, so she would be no surprise in here. The pace wasn't that fast, though, for that race, and she was able to stay close with that pace. And then when the real racing came to be, she was able to kick on. She's a Florida bred against mostly these New York breds, but she fits nicely in this condition as she's in for the 4 lifetime part of the condition, along with the favorite, Mrs. Bell, who's also a 3-time winner. Now, again, Mrs. Bell, out of stakes winner in makeshift, she figures to be awfully tough as well. Well, those are some of the contenders, especially a few that are getting some early play here in race number 2. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, and Pick 3 starts with race number 2. Good luck.
The field for race 2 is on the track. The 3 is Ramon and Emmanuel de Diego. Ramon was first out on the course. There's the number 1, Mrs. Bell, with Jackie Davis. The 4 is Jackie Be Good with John Berrios. There's the 5, the Fabulous Moolah with Andre Worry. The 6 is Astonishing Annabelle. Please note the rider change to Kevin Navarro. And somewhere out there is the number 2. There she is, Trivia, with Joel Cruz. Field of 6, pick 3 wagering starts here. Post times in 4 minutes. I am going to try the number 1, Mrs. Bell here. Bonnie Lucas, trainer, she also owns this one, brought a boatload of horses up here for opening week. And I'm going to gravitate towards some recency for the most part. And Mrs. Bell has raced a handful of times, 5 to be exact, with a win in a couple of seconds this season so far down in Pennsylvania at Parks and Penn. Win came at Penn National to kick off the year. And we'll see if we can get Mrs. Bell to the winner's circle for the second time in 2024. Co-favorite right now, actually the favorite from the inside at 2-1. The 4, Jackie Be Good. Carl O'Callahan brought a string up here this year. I believe he has 16 horses here. Got the job done. First off, the trainer changed last time out down at Penn National. This is one of those beaten races, too. So it's 2 to a date. And the date's October 29th of last year. So 6 months. Or 4 races lifetime. Jackie Be Good falls in the 4 life because she won the 3 life last time out at Penn National. 0 for 6 in her career. Here at the Thumb, we'll see if John Berrios can get a part of the front end with his daughter of Kozan. And then the number 2, Trivia, off the November break for Deb Breed. Deb does a good job getting these horses ready to roll off the layoff. Joel Cruz is going to climb aboard. She's an 8-time winner in her career. All of them have come here at Finger Lakes. And she's a juicy price. The 2-1 morning line favorite currently sits at 7-2 on the tote board. So if you're a value player, maybe that's the one you want to take a look at. 1-4-2 for me here in race number 2. Best of luck here at Finger Lakes. Post times in a minute. The field for race 2 is behind the gate, and it's post time. Loading out of order here. Trivia was the first to face the starter, the number 2, now followed by Mrs. Bell. They're vying for favoritism. Ramon goes in. Here's Jackie Be Good. The Fabulous Moolah goes in. And the last to load is Astonishing Annabelle. There in the gate. And they're off. Trivia shows her head first. In between horses, there's Ramon. To her outside is Jackie Be Good. And on the far outside is Astonishing Annabelle. Down along the rail is Mrs. Bell. And the trailer is the Fabulous Moolah. 5 lengths from front to back. Trivia heads to the far turn, a length and a half to the good of Ramon. Along the inside is Mrs. Bell. She's shadowed by Jackie Be Good, the back markers of the Fabulous Moolah, and Astonishing Annabelle, 23-3 for the opening quarter. The field makes their way to the head of the stretch. Trivia leads them. Trivia, length and a half. Ramon trying to reel her in. Then Mrs. Bell and Jackie Be Good. Off the turn and into the stretch. Trivia trying to hold off Ramon. Ramon dead aim if good enough. Trivia still there. Trivia and Ramon trying to make up ground late as Mrs. Bell. Trivia needs the line. Ramon needs a length. Trivia, Ramon, Trivia, Ramon. The answer is Trivia by a half length. She held Ramon, then Mrs. Bell and Jackie Be Good here in the second. Number 2, Trivia, was first. 3, Ramon second. 1, Mrs. Bell third. 4, Jackie Be Good was fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 2, Trivia. The 6-year-old mare is by Soaring Empire out of the Roaring Fever mare, Shangaloo. The New York Reds owned by CB Thoroughbreds LLC, trained by Deborah Breed, winning rider Joel Cruz. And the second's official. $2 double 7-2, $24.80. $2 exacta 2-3, $36.20. 50-cent trifecta, 2-3-1, $18.25. And the 10-cent super, 2-3-1-4, $9.47. Race 3's up next. It starts the $1 pick 6. No changes in the third. In race 4, scratch the 1, find the name, and the 7, Arcello. Race 5. Scratch the 2. We don't believe her. A rider change in race 6 for the 9, Lindsay. Make the rider Anthony Rodriguez. In race 7, a rider change for the 2, Golden Arm, to Jackie Davis. And please note that Golden Arm races without front shoes. No front shoes for the 2, Golden Arm. And scratch the 3, Tuck a Buck Away, out of race 7. An overweight in race 8 on the number 8, Bankers Rose Gold, 1 pound over. Those are the changes for the pick 6. Post time for race 3 is in 21 minutes. We had a claim out of race number 2, the one, Mrs. Bell, to new owner trainer Victor Dean.
Okay, getting ready for race number 3. Speed at 4.5. Pace makes the race at 23 and change first quarter. Trivia was going to be awfully tough to run down, but a big effort by Ramon to put the pressure on. Trivia able to get the victory. Joel Cruz for trainer Deborah Breed off to a good start by winning race number 2. Okay, $1 pick 6 starts with race number 3. Obviously no carryover opening day. Allowance event. Non-winners of state bred condition. And we look at the field as a field of 6. A lot of early play for the 6th Saratoga Banker. No surprise there as he comes in with good speed, good form, a couple top 3 finishes, one of them on the turf, the other race on the dirt against the Open 20s at Tampa. Keeper Koa, our last year's leading rider aboard. And just a reminder, after the 4th race, he will receive his award for being the top rider last year. This one, an obvious contender with a good early speed from the outside. The 2 horses, Persistent Danger, 2 for 2 in the top 3 at the distance, arrives from New York off a 2nd place finish. Logical horse to at least be in the number. More seconds and thirds than victories, although we're very familiar with Persistent Danger here. 2 wins, but 5 seconds and 5 thirds. So he's usually an underneath type, but maybe at the short distance, he could get in contention early with the speed of Saratoga Banker and Stone Guitar and have some impact. Hard to leave this one out of the top 3. The 4 is Flowing River, another one whose best race certainly puts him there. He put 2 together
last year coming off the layoff, breaking the maiden, then coming back and winning a 2 lifetime before running into Jack and Bernie, who's up for Horse of the Year, by the way, for 2023. That's how good that one is. And then he came back to win. So you look at those races here at Finger Lakes, those first first four, won 3 of them and just was overmatched by probably one of the best horses on the grounds in that race. So a lot to like on Flowing River. He's the main threat, in a sense, to Saratoga Banker, but right now at odds of 3-1. So those are the strong contenders here for the third. Again, we start the $1 pick 6 with this race.
The field for race 3, the start of the pick 6, a $1 pick 6 is on the track. Being excused from the post parade is the 1 Stone Guitar with Joel Cruz. They will go straight to the gate. Joel looks for his second win on the card. The 2 is Persistent Danger with John Davila Jr. The 3 is Tacony Road with Nazario Alvarado. There's the 4, Flowing River. Jeremiah Flores rides. The 5 is Interstate with Emmanuel De Diego. And the 6 is Saratoga Banker with K Barcoa. Again, $1 pick 6 starts here. Post time for the 3rd is in about 4 minutes. I was a little bit of a chalk-eating weasel here. That won't be the same on Saturday when 20 line up for the 150th Kentucky Derby. We're open 10 o'clock here at Finger Lakes starting Saturday. So come on out and play Kentucky Derby 150 with us here at Finger Lakes all day on Saturday. Admission gates open at 10 a.m. I couldn't get past the favorite Saratoga Banker here. For Ferraro comes in off a trainer change, and this horse wintered down at Tampa. Already has 3 races under his belt. Not much to worry about. I don't think anyway in the form of speed here. And, you know, I'm new to these parts, so we'll see how much gas Stone Guitar has from the inside. I personally just think Saratoga Banker is faster than these and consistently runs better speed figures than these. There's that one blemish down at Tampa in December. I don't know what happened that day. But at 3 to 5, he's no great shakes at 3 to 5, but he's supposed to get his picture taken here. In the 3rd, the number 2, Persistent Danger. Rachel Sells and John Davila are going to team up. They come out of a pretty good allowance race against Open New York Breds, the other end, down at Aqueduct. Finished second at a big price that day, chasing the pace. Gray Wings in race 7 later on. I think Gray Wings a cinch later on. We'll get to that, though, in race 7. Persistent Danger for me. Just made a lot of sense. Tried Open Company 2 back to the State Breds last time, and ran the best race of his life, one of the best races of his life, at least in a very long time. We'll see if he can continue his trajectory forward. His last 2 races were both very good since going back into Rachel's care. And then the 3, Tacony Road, well, a little bit of a price here. This horse went to the bench off a sloppy track. Triad 1 is prior 2 on wet track, so I guess it gave his connections confidence. He did not run at all in the final race of the season on November 21st. And going the 4.5, you might think it's just not enough ground for him. But if somebody puts a little pressure on Saratoga Banker, if Stone Guitar goes from the rail, Flowing River has some speed as well. I don't know if they're fast enough, but if they could put some pressure on Saratoga Banker, maybe a horse like Tacony Road at 13 to 1, that's a big price, can pick these horses up. 6-2-3 for me here in race number 3. Just about 1 minute to post time. Again, the $1 pick 6 starts here. Field loading for race number 3. It is now post time. The 1 Stone Guitar and the 2 Persistent Danger both in. There's the 3 Tacony Road. The 4 Flowing River goes in. And we're waiting on Interstate. And the favorite, Saratoga Banker. They're in the gate. And they're off. There's Stone Guitar and a hustling Joel Cruz from the inside for the lead. Between Flowing River on the far outside, there's the favorite Saratoga Banker. These 3 open up a length on Persistent Danger, who's back and forth. A length and a half to Tacony Road, and the trailer is Interstate. Flowing River emerges with the lead. Saratoga Banker on the attack. 3 lengths back to Stone Guitar as they go the opening quarter in 22 and 4. It's Flowing River inside. Saratoga Banker outside. Stone Guitar, the big price, is in third. Then Persistent Danger, Tacony Road, and Interstate. Off the turn and into the stretch. Saratoga Banker, dead aim on Flowing River, who's not done yet. Flowing River still there. Saratoga Banker trying to gun him down. Flowing River a length. Saratoga Banker giving futile chase. Flowing River, gate to wire in the third by 3 parts of a length. Then Saratoga Banker, Persistent Danger in a photo for third. Final time was 52 and 4. Four, Flowing River first. 6, Saratoga Banker second. It's a photo for third. Show photo goes to the number 2, Persistent Danger third, and 3, Tacony Road finished fourth. Race 3 is official. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 4, Flowing River. The 5-year-old gelding is by Lauban out of the 2-punch mare, Flomar. The New York bred is owned by Paul Barrow and Dennis Sweeney. Trained by the 2023 leading trainer here at Finger Lakes, Paul Barrow. Winning rider, Jeremias Flores. $2 double, 2-4, $31.40. $2 exacta, 4-6, $14.40. 50-cent try, 4-6-2, $5.70. And the dime super, 4-6, 2-3, $2.46. Race 4 comes up next. It's the start of today's Pick 5. Here in Race 4, a couple of scratches. Scratch to 1, find the name, and the 7 are cello. Scratch to 1 and 7 from Race 4. Post time for the 4th, and the start of today's Pick 5, with a 50-cent minimum, is in 21 minutes. Folks, don't forget, we will be open here Saturday morning for Kentucky Derby 150. Special opening time Saturday, 10 a.m. You can watch and wager the entire card, and special, including the 150th running of the Kentucky Derby. Post time set for just before 7 p.m. at 6:57. Come on out to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack for Kentucky Derby 150 this Saturday, starting at 10 a.m.
All right, pick 5 starts in race number 4, and a couple favorites ran 1-2, but it was the higher odd horse, Flowing River, able to pull off the minor upset. Jeremiah's Flores for Paul Barrow. Paul Barrow, of course, winning the top trainer award for it last year. It's the first time somebody other than Engelhardt won that award for quite some time. So pulling off that upset, he's off to a good start. We are going to have an award ceremony right after this race for top trainer and top jockey of 2023. It's going to be Paul Barrow and Keeber Koa. Remember, Keeber Koa winning the jockey title last year in very dramatic fashion, winning 3 races on closing day. Okay, maiden race is the 4th. It is restricted for 3-year-old maidens. We scratched the 7, Arcello. Early plays on the 3. I did go with the 8, a first-time starter in here. This one, I was going to say there were a couple firsters, but the other one scratched. Stars and Stones. This one by Bustin' Stones. The full runs here. I believe it might run tomorrow. Bustin' Roxy. That one did show some speed right out of the box and has shown some good early speed. So maybe this one can show that kind of early speed. Bustin' Stones here at Finger Lakes have done pretty well in the past, first time out. Some decent works in the past anyway, and does have a steady works up until this race. Will debut with Lasix, Stars and Stones at odds of 2-1. He's getting a little bit of play here for the 4th. We do have the 5 Stewie. Remember this one as a 2-year-old. The 2 starts that the horse had here did take some money and ran very well, actually. It's just the horse had a lot of trouble at the starting gate. Probably cost him in both starts. Maybe cost him the victory in either one. So now returns to Finger Lakes as a 3-year-old and at least has been breaking a little bit better when running at Penn National and Parks, and maybe could put it together with a better break in here. So he's a little cold on the board early right now at 5-1, but figures to be a factor returning home. The 3 is the Delaware Boys. This one by Cloud Computing, a Preakness winner, and did hit the board a couple starts in sprints before trying the route last time and did get caught wide in that Aqueduct race, but at least got that recent route race, so fitness should not be an issue for the Delaware Boys. Might be a little dull with the speed in here, but could chase down the pace with the fitness and definitely a top 3 threat with the recent form, and is getting the play right now as the favorite at odds of 9-5. So those are some of the contenders for the 4th. We start the pick 5, Exacta Tri, Super, and Daily Double offered in here.
The field for race 4, the start of today's 50-cent pick 5 is on the track. Scratch the number 1, find the name. The 2 is More Valor with jockey Heeman Harkey. The 3 is the Delaware Boys with Luis Perez. The 4 is Boom Boom Thunder. Madison Olva rides. The 5 is Stewie with John Davila Jr. The 6 is Bet the Palace. Andre Worry in the boot. Scratch the 7 Arcello. And the 8 is Stars and Stones with K Barcoa. Again, the 50-cent pick 5 starts here. Post time is just over 5 minutes away. Don't forget, folks, you will play along with our pick 5 today. Get over to fingerlakesgaming.com to download your free Equibase PPs for all 91 days. They'll be available each and every day here for the Finger Lakes Racing season. Head over to fingerlakesgaming.com for free Equibase PPs each and every race day here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. All right. I went 3, 4, 5 here. The number 8, we have to talk about the number 8 quickly. Stars and Stones, the firster for the Ferraro barn with last year's leading rider, Capricola, in the boot. This horse was working up a storm down at the training track at Belmont Park. Shipped in, has breezed 4 times locally. You know, you'd imagine his 3-year-old gelded son of Bustin' Stones is fit and ready to roll. We'll see if he is. He's taking all the money here. He's your co-favorite right now at 2-1. I went to the 3 of the Delaware Boys, who ships up from New York for Jonathan Buckley. This one cuts back from a mile. Worked for profitability in a first. See if it works for the Delaware Boys here. He wanted no part of a mile last time. Looked like he couldn't get a mile on a bus down at Aqueduct, and now he gets back to a sprint. His race 2 back was sensational and would get the job done here unless Stars and Stones comes up with a freaky debut. I thought the Delaware Boys made a lot of sense here. The 4 Boom Boom Thunder, I thought ran a sneaky good race first time out. Sloppy sealed track down at the Big A just 17 days ago for Bonnie Lucas. They bring Maddie Olver up with them. Maddie had a good winter down there, and she's taking a ton of money, this horse, down to 2-1, co-favorite with the number 8, Stars and Stones. So I was hoping anyway, that Boom Boom Thunder would be a little bit of a better price to kick off this pick 5. And then the number 5, Stewie, who was your 5-2 lukewarm morning line favorite. He's kind of dead on the board at 4-1. He ships in from Penn and Parks, respectively. 2 races up here were good last fall for Chris Engelhardt, who takes the controls again. 3-year-old son of Exaggerator. And now the number 4, the board, they don't know who to settle on, Boom Boom Thunder or Stars and Stones. I would imagine one of them is the favorite come post time. And again, pick 5 starts here. Get over to Equibase. Get over to fingerlakesgaming.com for free Equibase PPs each and every race day here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Pick 5 comes your way in just a few minutes. Post time's a couple of minutes or so from now. Best of luck here on race 4 and in the pick 5. Post time in about a minute. Last chance to get your pick 5 wagers in. And the field for race 4 is behind the gate, and it's post time. Field set to load. Longest price on the board. More Valor goes in first. The Delaware Boys up next. Boom Boom Thunder goes in. Here's Stewie. Stewie a bit reluctant to load. Now he goes in. Bet the Palace next. And the last to load is your current 7-5 favorite, the debuting Stars and Stones. Bet the Palace goes in. And we're just waiting for the firster. Goes up and in. They're in the gate. And they're off from the inside. More Valor shows first. In the middle, there's Stewie. And Stewie takes the lead away from More Valor. Far outside, Stars and Stones tries to mix it up. And there's Bet the Palace. The two trailers are the Delaware Boys. And Boom, Boom, Thunder. Stewie with Stars and Stones in hot pursuit. They've opened up 3 lengths on the Delaware Boys, who's moved up between horses. Along the insides, More Valor. Then we come back to Boom, Boom, Thunder and Bet the Palace. 23-second flat. Opening quarter, Stewie. He's held Stars at Stones at bay so far. There's 3 more back to the Delaware Boys. Off the turn and into the stretch. Stewie and John Davila Jr. set sail for home. 2 in front. Stars and Stones trying to get him far outside. Boom, Boom, Thunder trying to chime in late. But they're coming down to the line. And Stewie's going to hold the hot firster off. Stewie's going to get there first. Stars and Stones made it close at the end, a length and a half. Then it was Boom Boom Thunder. Final time was 53-1. Number 5, Stewie was first. 8, Stars and Stones second. 4, Boom Boom Thunder third. 3, the Delaware Boys finished fourth. Race 4 is official. Returning to the winner's circle is Stewie. The number 5 Stewie is a 3-year-old gelding by Exaggerator out of the Mine Shaft mare, Uniquely Mine. The New York bred is owned by Bella Cavello Stables LLC and Alexander R. Levengood, trained by Chris Engelhart, winning rider John Davila Jr. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're turning your attention to the winner's circle, we have a couple of presentations to make. First up is the leading jockey from 2023, and in the winner's circle are Jack Keller, the clerk of scales, and Todd Height, director of racing here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Cabracoa won his first career Finger Lakes jockey title in 2023 with 68 wins. The 31-year-old from Caracas, Venezuela, secured the top spot in only his second season riding here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. The Finger Lakes riding title came down to the final day of the meeting, with Koa and Emmanuel De Diego tied in the standings with 65 wins each. Koa took the title by winning 3 races on closing day. Congratulations to K-Bar Koa, the 2023 Finger Lakes leading jockey. And now leading trainer, Paul Barrow. Paul Barrow won his first career Finger Lakes training title in 2023 with 68 wins. Barrow has a lifetime total of 914 victories and 5,729 starts coming into today, including 5 career stakes wins. His most recent stakes victory was with Sweet Brown Sugar in the She's a Stone Cold Fox Stakes at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racing on November 6, 2023. She also won a New York Red Stakes race down at Aqueduct this winter. Chris Engelhart had previously dominated the local standings with a record 20 trainer titles. Barrow snapped a 5-year win streak of the Finger Lakes Gaming and Racing Hall of Famer, who won the title 16 of the prior 18 years. Congratulations to a wonderful orderer of Italian food and the 2023 Finger Lakes leading trainer, Paul Barrow.
Okay, horses are about to get ready to go on the racetrack for the 5th. Do got to give a congratulations to the top trainer and jockey of 2023, Paul Barrow winning the top trainer, and Kiber Koa in dramatic fashion won 3 races on closing day to take the top rider honors, along with Emmanuel DiDiego, who had a career year. What a year he had as well last year. We look at the 5th race, a 5,000 claimer. Now there's the 2 races since the date. Scratch a 2. We don't believe her. The current favorite is the 3, Run Laura Run. Well, what can you say about Run Laura Run? She's only one to run in 2024. That should give her a fitness edge. The horse that I had on top was the 7, Sweet Shallots. Deborah Breed looking for 2. Same type of profile, coming back for 5,000 with a waiver claim, and does have a little class edge, getting some play at 9 to 5. Those are some of the contenders for the 5th. They're going on the track. We scratch the 2. We don't believe her.
The field for race 5 is on the track. It's the start of the late pick 4. A minor equipment change on the 1 crosstalk will be out on the track in just a few. Scratch the 2. We don't believe her. Folks, please note both the 1 crosstalk and the 6 determined love being detained in the paddock for equipment changes. Rest of the field on the track. The 3 is Run Laura Run. Jackie Davis rides. The 4 is Christmas Dinner. Anthony Rodriguez is in the saddle. The 5 is Thin Legs with Michael Davila Jr. The 7 is Sweet Shallots. Joel Cruz looks for his 2nd win on the day. Again, the late pick 4 starts here. Post time in a little over 4 minutes. Let's take a look at the 5th here as we wait for both crosstalk and determined love to come out. Went to the outside here. Your 8 to 5 favorite currently is the number 7, Sweet Shallots. Deborah Breed and Joel Cruz looking to team up here, like I said earlier in the post parade. Joel and Deborah both looking for their 2nd wins on the card. Outside draw of the what's left of the field of 6. Haven't seen this one since October. And last season, November to May, pretty much a similar layoff. Finished a good 2nd, made the lead in deep stretch, and just got run down late at 7.5 to 1. Wound up getting to the winner's circle just once with 4 seconds and 9 tries in 2023 here, all at Finger Lakes. In fact, 62 of the 64 career starts for the 7 Sweet Shallots right here at the thumb, pretty impressive. And she's going to look to add to her win total of 14, try to make it 15 today. Currently 3-2 as the Human Connections look for their second win on the card. The 5 Thin Legs, James Aquilano, off the November layoff, 3 for 10 in her career here at Finger Lakes. Got the job done 2 back and a $5,000 3 life claimer in for the waiver today. I think it's interesting that the 4, 5, and 7 are all in for the waiver. The rest, whether eligible or not in for the waiver. The 5 Thin Legs, if you're going off the morning line, offers a little value here at 9-2. Got the job done 2 back, like I said, in gate to wire fashion. The 6 Determined Love has some speed. I would imagine the 7 Sweet Shallots goes as well. So there's other speed in the race. It'll be tough to imagine Thin Legs getting loose, but she could very well be the speed of the speed, and we'll see if Michael Davila takes note of the way this racetrack's been playing so far this afternoon. And then the 3, Run Laura Run. I'm using all the Bonnie Lucas horses because they all have recency. Others coming off layoffs. Both my top 2 selections coming off the layoff. Run Laura Run has done just that 5 times this year with a win. 3 back at Penn National in February. She's one of the mares in here that's eligible for the race via the date. So we'll see which one of these, if it's one of the returning runners or is it one of the horses with recency. 753 for me. Again, pick 4 starts here. If you need PPs, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com and download your free Echo-based PPs. They're available each and every race day here at Finger Lakes. Best of luck on the pick 4. Post times in a little over a minute. Field for race 5 is loading into the gate. Here's the 1, Crosstalk. Big price at over 20 to 1. Up next, the 3, Run Laura Run. Another big price, Christmas Dinner, goes in. Thin Legs up next. In goes Determined Love. And the favorite, Sweet Shallott's the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off from the rail. Crosstalk shows first along the outside. There's Determined Love in between horses. Thin Legs, a scramble to the turn. Inside Crosstalk, between Thin Legs, then Determined Love. Gap of 3 lengths back to Sweet Shallots. Run Laura Run and Christmas Dinner are at the back. Outside, it's Determined Love who wins the scramble into the turn. She opens up a 2-length lead. Thin Legs trying to keep pace as 2 Crosstalk through a wicked 22-3 contentious opening quarter. Sweet Shallots trying to make up ground. Then at the back are Run Laura Run and Christmas Dinner. Off the turn and into the stretch, Determined Love, a 2.5-length lead. Thin Legs trying to re-rally. Along the inside, Crosstalk. Down the center, here comes Sweet Shallots. Determined Love's almost home. Sweet Shallots with a ton of steam down the center. Here's Sweet Shallots on the outside. There's Thin Legs, easy for me to say. Sweet Shallots wins. Run Laura Run from the back for second over Thin Legs. 54-2, the final time. Number 7, Sweet Shallots was first. It's a photo for second. Number 3, Run Laura Run second. 5, Thin Legs third. 4, Christmas Dinner was fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 7, Sweet Shallots. The 9-year-old mare by Posse out of the Not For Love mare, Gonna Be Love. The New York bred is owned by CP Thoroughbreds LLC. Trainer Debbie Breed, winning rider Joelle Cruz. All 3 connections team up for their second win on the opening day card. $2 double, 5-7, $40 even. $2 exacta, 7-3, 54 even. 50-cent try, 7-3-5, $23.87. 10-cent super, 7-3, 5-4, $16.47. 50-cent pick 3, 4-5-7, $32.62. Race number 6 is up next. Final pick 3 of the day starts in race 6. Rider change for the 9, Lindsay to Anthony Rodriguez. Anthony Rodriguez rides the 9, Lindsay, in race number 6. Post time for race 6 is in about 23 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 6, and Sweet Shallots. Another win for Deborah Breed. That one gets the victory in race number 5. Similar profile as the earlier winner. As we go to the 6th, this race starts the last pick 3 of this opening day card. You got Anthony Rodriguez on the 9. Lindsay, I'm sure we'll see Ray Lou make a trip here in the near future. Pretty wide open race, I thought, in race number 6. Probably the most wide open. I mean, most of the races today you could probably narrow down to 2 or 3 horses. This one, I thought, you know, maybe if the 10 runs her race, if she clears early and runs the number she did last time, you know, maybe she's the one to beat. But if she has a little trouble from out there on the outside post, gets hung out there, you know, it's pretty open from there. You got horses like Galatrona coming in here for H. James Bond. That one has had only one start as a 4-year-old. She'll face this, which is probably an easier field out of the 30,000 maidens. Joyful Departure technically is up in class, but not really, as she was against 10,000 maiden claimers at Penn. The number's a little bit lower, but comparable, and she's hitting the board against those 10,000 maiden claimers. And the work's come out at you a little bit. That bullet work on April 17th, hard to ignore. That one's Joel Cruz looking for another win. This one a little cold on the board right now at 26 to 1. As mentioned, the early favorite, the 10, Call Me Penny. She's very logical in here, as she does have tactical speed. She was running primarily on the turf, but a couple of the dirt races aren't bad at all. The last Hawthorne race going 5 furlongs, that's probably good enough to be right there. Then she was in an off-the-turf event back in September and ran a good second in there. So a very logical horse from that outside post. She's had her chances, and a lot of those races on the turf are synthetic, but her numbers on the dirt, pretty good enough if she can run her best race here. These 6 horses, Cozy Magic, another one that's run primarily on other surfaces. Actually, she's never run on the dirt. She comes off the synthetic at Turfway Park, was running on the turf before that. But her last race not that bad. If she can handle the surface switch, she could be awfully tough in this race. There's a first-time starter in here. Getting a little bit of action is Cantbeck, and that one right now at odds of 6 to 1. Nobody really getting heavy on the board. The 10, Call Me Penny, and the 1, Galatrona, getting most of the early play. But this one out of an unraced mare, and it's the first full to race. It's technically the second full, but the first full to race. Does have some decent works for a trainer who's very good first out of the box with these young horses. But really tough to gauge this one, as not much has happened on that damn side. Well, not much really information on that damn side, I should say. But is a positive sign to take a little bit of early action in race number 6. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in this race. You got about 11 minutes to post.
Field 4. Race number 6 is on the track. The 1's Galtrana. Heeman Harkey rides. The 2 is Jayla with Emmanuel De Diego. The 3 is Norabu, Madison Olver. Here's the 4, Dale Avenue with Michael Davila Jr. The 5 is Joyful Departure. Joel Cruz looks for win number 3 on the opening day card. The 6 is Cozy Magic with Jeremiah Flores looking for a riding double. There's the 8 Scherzer. And Kevin Navarro looking for 2 on the day. The 9 is Lindsay. Note the rider changed to Anthony Rodriguez. There's the 10 Call Me Penny. Jackie Davis in the boot. And there's the 7 Firster Cant Beck. Nazario Alvarado. A field of 10 to kick off the last pick 3 of the day here at Finger Lakes. I'm going to go to the number 10. I'm a little surprised that Call Me Penny's this short. 9-5 currently for Karamori, and Jackie ships in from Hawthorne by way of Florida Gulfstream Park. Tried some turf sprinting this past winter. Hasn't been seen for 29 days. One race at Finger Lakes was last year, 2 years ago actually. Showed speed and tired. 5-year-old mares tried to get to the winner's circle 16 times now. Normally I stay away from those types, but I gravitated towards her in here. On top, Jayla's the interesting one. And obviously, excuse me, at the price, Jayla's the win bet for me in here. 10-1, cutting back. The one race as close to a sprint as she has on her card is at Charlestown, 3 back for her old connections. And she finished a well-beaten second. But she was in contention early on. Now, the 6.5 furlong races down there at Charlestown are 2 turns. Obviously, 4.5, 1 turn here. Jayla's a big price. De Diego had a fantastic meet last year. Ralphie D always has a good meet. 11-1's a juicy price on the 2. Jayla, and then I'll round it out with the 6, Cozy Magic. Paul Barrow, last year's leading trainer, already on the board with a win this year. Jeremiah Flores as well. First time dirt for this daughter of good magic. She's had 3 tries on the poly, 3 tries on the turf. At Turfway, Horseshoe Indy, and Belterra. Most recently in for $15,000 at Turfway back in December. Just 3 works over the local strip. We'll see if she can wake up. She's a big price at 8-1 as well. All the money coming in on Call Me Penny, the 16-time maiden trier. Makes start 17 here at 3-2. We'll try and get her to the winner's circle today. 10-6 here as we kick off the final pick 3 of the day at Finger Lakes. Don't forget, if you need PPs, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. Free aqua-based PPs each and every racing day here at Finger Lakes. The field for race 6 is making their way to the starting gate. And it's post time. First to load was the number 4, Dale Avenue. Now Michael DeVilla Jr. climbs aboard in the starting gate. The 1, Galatrana, goes in. Here's Jayla. Nora Boo goes in as the number 10, Call Me Penny, all the way down to prohibitive favoritism at 4-5 here. Nora Boo a little reluctant to load. Now Nora Boo's in. Joyful Departure up next, as Dale Avenue's already in the gate. Cozy Magic goes in. The debuting Can't Beck. Can't Beck acting up a bit. They'll open the front of the stalls to encourage Can't Beck to go in. She's loaded. Here's Scherzer. Lindsay's in. And Call Me Penny, now 3-5. And start number 17 is in. They're in the gate. Acting up a bit was Lindsay. And they're off. There's Jayla for the lead on the far outside. The favorite, Call Me Penny's hustled by Jackie Davis to get to the top. Galatrana along the inside second. Dropping back a bit is Jayla, passed on the outside by Scherzer. It's Call Me Penny. Call Me Penny a length. Here comes Scherzer. Along the insides, Galatrana. Dale Avenue moves up with a 3-wide bid. Then we come back to Jayla and Nora Boo. Opening quarter 23-2. They're on the turn. Call Me Penny. She was bet all the way down to 3-5. Call Me Penny's in front, a length and a half. Dale Avenue on the chase at a big price. Call Me Penny and Dale Avenue. It's down to these two. Call Me Penny trying to hold off the oncoming Dale Avenue. Call Me Penny a half length. Dale Avenue. Jackie Davis goes to work. Call Me Penny still there. Here's Dale Avenue. Call Me Penny and Dale Avenue. Call Me Penny out of the maiden ranks. Then it was Dale Avenue. Final time was 54 flat. Number 10, Call Me Penny, was first. 4, Dale Avenue second. 2, Jayla third. 6, Cozy Magic finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 10, Call Me Penny. The 5-year-old mare is by First Samurai. And of the Colonel John mare, Exposure. Call Me Penny is owned by Go To Toga Racing LLC. Trained by Eduardo Caramori. Winning rider, Jackie Davis. Official, $2 double, $7.10, $14.80. $2 exacta, $10.4, $39.80. 50-cent try, $10.42, $57.62. 10-cent super, $10.4, $26, $55.20. Race 7 comes up next. It kicks off the late double. The number 2, Golden Arm, make the rider Jackie Davis. And please note the number 2 Golden Arm races with no front shoes on. Also in race 7, Scratch the 3, Tuck a Buck Away. And in the finale, a rider, an overweight rather, for the number 8 Rankers Rose Gold, 1 pound over. Post time for race number 7 is in 22 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 7. A lot of late money on Call Me Penny. Was able to get out there to the front end under Jackie Davis. Got a late challenge from Dale Avenue. That one turned out to be a pretty good finish. But Call Me Penny, going off at odds of 2 to 5, was able to finally break through that maiden condition. Jackie Davis kept that one together for Eduardo Caraman. That one will start the late pick 3. We scratched the 3, Tuck a Buck Away. And a couple horses getting some play. You got CJ's Grand Slam, horse that was trained by Jimmy Wright, came out running last year. Of course, had much quicker works coming out last year. Had won a couple in a row. Came out different horse than was the previous year. See if he can keep it going for M. Anthony Ferraro. Then the other one getting some play is Gray Wing. We'll take the blinkers off. This horse ran well last time in New York. It's a pretty tough group that included Persistent Danger, a horse that runs here. Try to come off the pace a little bit more in the race. Now shortens up, but he does have some good early speed. Remember when he was here last season, a couple of those starts, the problem happened at the start. He just didn't break all that sharp in a couple of those races. Well, this is the shortest distance that he's gone. It's shortening up to 4.5, and that might be the key. If he gets out there with the other speed, he might just be in the form to beat these. The 7 mentioned CJ's Grand Slam. He came out running last year. Had the long layoff from October till July. Of course, Jimmy Wright, what a great layoff trainer he has been over the years. Now in the hands of M. Anthony Ferraro, but won 3 in a row before having to step up into the allowance conditions, and still ran decently, just ran into some tougher competition. Remember, he came in shooting bullets, though, even though he was off that long layoff. He had nothing but bullets, was training so well in the morning. Maybe not the same kind of works going into this year, but must be considered. If he can run that well fresh last year, maybe he can do that for him. Anthony Ferraro is getting a lot of early action at odds of 6 to 5. Other horses to consider in here, you got the 1, Can't Beat Me. Maybe a little bit questionable at the distance. This one coming out of the same race as Graywin. Actually, this one went off relatively low odds, going off at odds of 9 to 2. That Gray Wing was 3rd in that race behind Chateau and Talkin' Pharaoh, and that was a good effort by Gray Wing in there as well. But maybe this one just didn't run his race. He's shortening up to 4.5. He hasn't shown much speed the last 2 starts after getting a victory against the 12-5. So he's capable, and he ran well here over the track, at least competitively in the past. Has not won here at Finger Lakes in 8 starts, but has been competitive against some pretty decent competition in the past. And at least underneath, it's got to be considered. He's a big price in here at odds of 12 to 1. So this is our feature of the race number 7. Again, we scratched Tuck a Buck Away, the 3 Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in this race.
Field 4, race 7 is out on the track as we kick off the opening day late double. There's the one, Can't Beat Me. Kevin Navarro rides. The 2 is Golden Arm. Please note the rider changed to Jackie Davis. She looks to go back-to-back today. Also, Golden Arm races with no front shoes. Scratch the 3, tuck a buck away. The 4 is Grey Wing with Andre Worry. The 5 is Production Credit with Emmanuel De Diego. The 6 is Pompous Prince. K. Barcoa rides. And the 7, CJ's Grand Slam with Luis Perez. Post time for race 7 is in a little over 4 minutes. Best bet, best play, however you want to, whatever vernacular you would prefer to use. I believe on the website we're using the best play of the day. For me is right there. The Gray Steed, the number 4, Grey Wing, coming in from a couple of really good efforts down at Aqueduct with the blinkers on. Blinkers come off today. And usually when a trainer adds blinkers, they're looking to sharpen a horse's speed. I actually think the reverse happened with Grey Wing, and I think his speed was dulled a little bit by what used to be known as the Rogue's Badge. So the blinkers come off. He hit the board on 2 of 3 tries last year at Finger Lakes. And now back in here, I don't think, you want to be forward today. And I'm sure Andre Worry has noticed that, and I would imagine that he is going to keep Grey Wing, if I'm right about the blinkers, a bit closer today. I don't know if he's as fast as the number 7, CJ's Grand Slam, my second pick here, who makes a change to the Ferraro barn, because CJ's Grand Slam is very fast. And one would imagine at 4.5 furlongs he may have the edge. He has yet to go this 4.5 furlongs in his career. The 5-year-old son of Boston Stones did not return from the annual respite until July of last year. In fact, the last day of July. And he got the job done in his first 3 starts of the season before tailing off when bumping up to this allowance level last year. So we'll see if the going's too tough for him. We'll see if he handles 4.5. I would imagine they're the 2 speeds in here, and I would imagine Grey Wing is going to be committed to the front end today. If those blinkers off help him. The price is Can't Beat Me, who won against some pretty tough 12-5 open claimers down at the Big A back in January. Paul Barrow gave him some time, 2 months. He came back, and he just ran into buzzsaws. Print Rack and Bourbon's Hope cooked on the front end. Big Engine, who is as hard knocking a claiming horse as you're going to find. Print Rack has won almost 3/4 of his starts since being claimed for a bottom price by Rudy Rodriguez. He faced some real tough hombres 2 starts back. Last time, Chateau and Grey Wing was in that race. He just didn't fire. And he has a race or 2 in his career that make him competitive here. It's just, so far on the win end at the very least, it's been tough to make up a lot of ground. So maybe he can get a piece. Maybe he can split the exacta here. You know, I know a lot of people don't like to play the game forward. They like to try to get a little creative. Maybe the exact play here is to play 4-7 with 1 and hope one of the 2 speeds don't hang around. I love Grey Wing today. I'm giving you ice in the winter, even though it's the end of April. 4-5, I think Grey Wing's going to be really tough. 4-7-1 here in race number 7 from me as we kick off the late double here on opening day at Finger Lakes. Best of luck. the field for our featured race 7s behind the gate, and it's post time. Gray Wing, the number 4, your 4 to 5 favorite, loads first. Wearing the red and yellow of Red Storm Stable. Can't Beat Me along the rail goes in. Here's Golden Arm. With Gray Wing already in the gate, next up is Production Credit. Pompous Prince goes in. And the last to load will be CJ's Grand Slam. They're in the gate. And they're off from the inside. Can't Beat Me. In between, there's Gray Wing. Far outside, CJ's Grand Slam. Mixing it up with Production Credit and Pompous Prince. A mad scramble for the lead as CJ's Grand Slam and Gray Wing now go at it. Back in third is Production Credit, who's shadowed by Pompous Prince. To the inside's Golden Arm. The trailers Can't Beat Me. Gray Wing and CJ's Grand Slam in a protracted speed duel. 22-4 opening quarter. Gray Wing inside. CJ's Grand Slam outside. 3 lengths back to Pompous Prince and Golden Arm. Then Can't Beat Me and Production Credit. CJ's Grand Slam just took the lead away from Gray Wing, who tries to battle back along the inside. From the back, Pompous Prince tries to close in. CJ's Grand Slam's almost home. Pompous Prince down the center. Here's Pompous Prince and K. Barcoa roused to the lead. They open up by 3. Pompous Prince, photo for second. Gray Wing may have come back to get CJ's Grand Slam for place. 52-4 the final time. Number 6, Pompous Prince was first. It's a photo for second. Number 4, Gray Wing was second. 7, CJ's Grand Slam third. 2, Golden Arm finished fourth. Returning to the Ross Morton winner circles, the number 6, Pompous Prince. The 4-year-old gelding, a New York-bred son of Palace out of the Pomeroy mare Pompous Ladies, owned by Dam Sire's Dream Racing Stables. Trained by M. Anthony Ferraro, winning rider, K. Barcoa. $2 double 10-6, $16.80. $2 exacta 6-4, $21.60. 50-cent try 647, $20.87. And the 10-cent super 6-4, 7-2, $10.60. Race 8, the finale's up next. Post time for race number 8 is in about 22 minutes.
Getting ready to conclude this opening day card with race number 8. Just a reminder, we are going to be running Monday and Tuesday, the first couple weeks of this 2024 season. Then we'll add Wednesday to that third week. Then we'll just have that usual Monday through Wednesday card. Of course, Saturday is Kentucky Derby Day. Make sure you come out to Finger Lakes as Churchill starts early that day. Watch all of the action from Churchill both Friday and Saturday, then watch the Kentucky Derby right here at Finger Lakes. Kentucky Derby Day this coming Saturday. I'll be here. Looking at the 7th race, and yeah, that was a good finish. They were hooking up with Gray Wing and CJ's Grand Slam. Pompous Prince able to chase those two down. Last year's leading rider, Keeber Koa, got the victory for M. Anthony Ferraro, $8 winner in race number 7. Last race, you can probably narrow down a few main contenders in here. You got to figure Dulce Veloce, Zen Lu, both coming out of the same race, a $30,000 maiden claimer at Aqueduct. Both of them ran pretty well there. Often, you can say the same for both of them. They both hit the board often. I took a shot with a horse that has had a couple starts. They were against restricted 3-year-olds in New York, so fits nicely in this 3-year-old filly event. She didn't put up a good number, wasn't that fast a time in her debut, but it was over the mud. She wasn't able to hang on that day, didn't get much for action. She went first-time Lasix in her next start and didn't do so well. She chased in that race and chased and fade type thing, but they thought enough of her to claim her for $40,000, brought her here. You know, Chris Engelhardt for My Purple Haze Stable, Chris Engelhardt's 27% off the claim. Of course, that's no surprise. This is a full to Tribeca. Tribeca ran here going back to 2019, about 5 years ago. Won the Leon Reed, actually had a pretty good season that year. Was up for Horse of the Year, and you got to think that this horse should show some improvement, especially with that kind of breeding, and of course, being claimed for that price, very well met. She's at odds of 7-2. No surprise who the favorite is, Dulce Veloce. The numbers are there. The consistency is there. She's been second 3 of her last 4 starts. Last time against the 3 and ups 30. She was bet down to be the favorite, chased after Zen Lu, who's in this race. Got the lead, but then just got run down in that race going further. You got to figure she's going to be up close in here. Hard to leave this one out of the top 3, and she is going to get plenty of action. She's at odds of 9-5. And then you got Zen Lu, who went off at 7-2 that day as Dulce Veloce was the even money favorite. She led the way. Let's see if she can make the lead over Dulce Veloce again. Could be the key for Zen Lu if she is able to make the front in here. But like Dulce Veloce, she's been hitting the board. She's hit the board the last 3 starts against what you could consider similar competition, those 25,000, 30,000s. She fits nicely in the spot, especially if she is able to get to the lead early, break well. Manuel Di Diego aboard. Remember, he was in that battle for top rider last season. So those seem to be the 3 main contenders. They're going to be the 3 that are getting most of the play. See, everybody else not getting much for action, all in double-digit odds. You do have a firster in here, Miss Wobbles, for the Linda Dixon barn. They seem to run well. It was out of a dam by Big Brown. Probably wants a little bit longer, but still working pretty decently. Again, she's very good with these young horses. You also got, if you're looking for some long shots, you got the 1, Turn Up the Music for John Buckley. He already won earlier today. This one really shortening up, though, after running a couple races, going a mile against tougher competition. Well, the fitness is definitely there, but she is going to have to chase them down in race number 8 if she's going to win the last race on today's card. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta offered in today's 8th race. Got about 6 minutes to post for the last race on the opening day card.
the field for race 8's on the track. Don't forget, get your free past performances for tomorrow's card at fingerlakesgaming.com. And don't forget, special first post tomorrow, 1:20. 1:20 first post tomorrow afternoon for the 8 race card. Here's the field for the finale. The 1 is Turn Up the Music. The rider is Kevin Navarro. The 2 is Stony Lonesome with Carlos Camillo. The number 3, Miami Twofer, has been excused from the post parade. There's the 4, Dolce Veloce with Andre Worry. The 5 is Mia Nipotina. Heeman Harkey rides. The 6 is Jean Lou with Emmanuel De Diego. The 7, Mamba Gigi's also been excused from the post parade. The 8 is Bankers Rose Gold with Inoel Beato. The 9 is Miss Wobbles. Nazario Alvarado rides. And the 10 is Impermanence with Anthony Rodriguez. Let's try and walk it off on opening day. I am all chalk here, folks, unfortunately. The number 4, Dolce Veloce, Jeremiah Englehart, claimed this one back in January at Aqueduct from Hall of Famer Bill Mott. 2 seconds in 3 subsequent tries. Didn't take any money, didn't run 2 steps, 2 back. But in here, I think Dolce Veloce is just going to be too tough. We've seen Speed be dominant today. Just had Pampas Prince come from off the pace, but they went a quick and contentious opening quarter. And Dolce Veloce could very well just be the speed with the speed in here. Jean Lou, the number 6, has some speed. They exit the same race in which Jean Lou actually got in front of Dolce Veloce. I think those roles reversed today. And Dolce Veloce has the lead. I put Jean Lou second. I would imagine he's going to be forward again. Last race was his best race for Ralphie D downstate. And showing the speed. In fact, he's been closer in his last 3, and they've all resulted in better finishes than he's ever had before. And then the number 7, Mamba Gigi, first off the claim. Source is a full to Tribeca. Was a stakes winner up here and just rattled off a bunch of wins in a row a handful of years back for Chris Englehart, who claimed this one from Pat Reynolds downstate last time out. Almost 2 months away from the races, getting ready for the meet here. A couple of breezes down at Belmont Park over the training track. We'll see if this daughter of Bustin' Stones is ready to roll in her 3rd start, first off the Chris Englehart claim. 4, 6, 7 for me in the finale. Again, don't forget, if you want to get ready for tomorrow's card, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com for your past performances here at Finger Lakes each and every race day. And again, don't forget, make note, first post tomorrow, 1:20, special first post of 1:20 tomorrow afternoon. Takes from the Lakes kicks off around 12:15. Best of luck in the finale. We hope you had a great one opening day here at Finger Lakes. The field for race 8's behind the gate, and it's post time. Full field of 10 ready to load in. There goes the one. Turn up the music. The two Stony Lonesomes next. In goes the 3, Miami Twofer. The 8 Bankers Rose Gold just went in. Followed by the 9, Miss Wobbles. Bankers Rose Gold, a little restless in the gate. Jockey Noel Bieto's off. Now she settles down and he climbs back aboard. Now riders off both the 8 Bankers Rose Gold and the 9 Miss Wobbles. They're going to back Miss Wobbles out of the gate. The field now being backed out of the starting gate here for race 8. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch here. The number 10 in permanence, a late scratch. Scratch to 10 in permanence. Refunds of all win, play, show, exacta try, and superfecta wagers with the number 10 in permanence. You'll get a consolation daily double and pick 3. If you've used in permanence in the late pick 4 or the pick 5, you will get the favorite at final odds. Once again, late scratch here in the 8th. Scratch to 10 in permanence. And the field begins to load into the gate once again. The one, turn up the music first. Stony Lonesome goes in. Miami Twofer up next. There's Bankers Rose Gold, the number 8. Nine, Miss Wobbles goes in. In goes the favorite, Dolce Veloce. Mia Nipotina is in. Here's Zhen Lu. And Mamba Gigi, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off in the finale from the middle of the pack. There's Zhen Lu showing first. Tracked on the outside by Mamba Gigi, far outside. Here comes Miss Wobbles. Then we come back to Dolce Veloce, the favorites fourth, just ahead of Bankers Rose Gold as the field makes their way on the far turn. Zhen Lu and Mamba Gigi going at it here. Miss Wobbles third. In the offing, Dolce Veloce through a 23 opening quarter. Then we come back to Bankers Rose Gold, and it's a long way back to the rest of the field, led by Miami Twofer. Zhen Lu takes him into the stretch. 2 lengths to the good of Mamba Gigi. Off the inside, Dolce Veloce trying to get to Zhen Lu. Zhen Lu is almost home. Dolce Veloce our only challenge. 16th pole. Zhen Lu, Dolce Veloce, Zhen Lu. Zhen Lu holds on a length and a half. Then it was Dolce Veloce and Mamba Gigi, 53-1 for the final time. Number 6, Zhen Lu was first. The 4, Dolce Veloce second. 7, Mamba Gigi third. And the 8, Bankers Rose Gold finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 6, Zhen Lu. She is the 3-year-old daughter of Mission Impassable out of the Don't Get Mad mare, Luwala Claw. The New York bred is owned by Gabrielle D'Alessandro Hernandez, trained by Annie D'Alessandro's husband, Ralph. Winning rider, Emmanuel De Diego. $2 double 6-6, 56.50. Conso double $7.90. $2 exacta 6-4, $20.80. 50-cent try 6-4-7, $25.25. 10-cent super 6-4, 7-8, $34.70. 50-cent pick 3, 10-6-6, $20.75. Conso pick 3, $3.35. 50-cent pick 4, $73.37. 50-cent pick 5, $373.75. The pick 6 was hit. Dollar pick 6, $2,359. Consolation 5 of 6, $29 even. That wraps up the opening day program here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. We'd like to thank you all for coming out the first of 91 race days. On behalf of the broadcast team, staff and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm the Big A, Anthony Stabile. Please arrive home or wherever you're going safely. First post tomorrow for the 8-race card is 120. Have a great night.